It looks like we are recording.
Great. Let me get started. My name is James Pepper. I'm the chair of the Vermont Cannabis Control Board. Today is February 28th, 2024. It's 1 o'clock and I call this meeting to order. Before we get started, need to update the agenda. Need to add an executive session to discuss an application that involves a presumptively disqualifying criminal conviction, as well as a proposed board order, the facts of which are implicated in an ongoing investigation. So I'm going to add that agenda item after the executive director report, but before we hear and vote on the staff recommendations. So for those of you who haven't heard, Bryn has been called by our legislative overlords to stop ditching fifth period, their stoner friends, and get back to class. Or put another way, she's been recruited to run the office of legislative counsel for the General Assembly, which is, of course, a once in a career opportunity. Now that I've mentioned that, I'm faced with my classic dilemma. Do I just leave it there? Or do I tell Bryn how I really feel and risk her never forgiving me for embarrassing her on a permanent public record?
You know what to do.
I think I do. So Bryn, I'm just gonna listen. It has been a privilege to work so closely with you over these past 2.5, almost 3 years. You are a fearless leader. There's never been a problem too big, a knot so tight that it couldn't be untangled, a code so complex that it couldn't be cracked, except for maybe our door code when they changed it from your original selection of 1, 2, 3, 4. But honestly, there would be no cannabis market in Vermont without you. You were presented with a hot mess of a law. Then add on to that an impossible timeline and literally just one other staff person. Somehow you saw a path forward. Your approach wasn't different than how I've seen you tackle any other challenge. Don't get hung up on the things you can't control. Keep a keen eye out for talent and inspire the people you work with the effort and creativity that you bring and make them want to do the same. I can't think of an organization that you couldn't run. I'm so grateful that you helped us with this one. You built a strong foundation and imbued this early market with the tools it will need to flourish. On a more personal note, I feel so fortunate that our paths have crossed. These jobs that we have can feel pretty lonely at times, but you've been such an indomitable friend, mentor, therapist, and conscience for me and the board. You have another enormous challenge ahead. I'm glad for the sake of the state, my family's home, that you decided to take it. I just hope that our paths cross again. I see that you haven't walked out of the room yet, so I will stop there. I suppose I should note that Bryn will be sticking with us through May 4th. And we have posted the job opening if anyone listening is interested in applying. All right.
You go ahead. I don't have anything to respond to that, but thank you for that.
So back to somewhat more mundane matters. License renewals. I need to start by saying that your license, maintaining your license without interruption is imperative. This is the thing that protects your ability to possess commercial quantities of cannabis. License expiration dates are fixed by statute, and the extensions that were necessary at the beginning of our regulated system are not going to be offered moving forward. Online applications open 90 days before your license expiration date, and that's when you really need to start your application. Under Rule 1, a completed renewal application must be submitted 30 days prior to your expiration date. Unsubmitted application drafts and incomplete applications do not meet this Rule 1 requirement. A significant event is the submission of a completed application, which means that all the questions are credibly answered and all required documents have been uploaded. Administrative technical completeness means that a licensee has submitted a completed application and cooperated in supplying any follow-up information that's been requested by the staff on a specific topic. If a licensee has not submitted a completed application renewal by that 30 days prior to expiration deadline in Rule 1, licensure is not assured, and you should expect to hear from your compliance agent to prepare for an orderly shutdown of your operation, including taking stock of your inventory and overseeing a plan to dispose lawfully of the inventory. Other than that, we just need to approve our minutes from our last regular meeting on January 31st, 2024. Guys had a chance to look those over?
Mhm.
Yep.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next on our agenda is a discussion and possible vote on cultivation tier closures. Just wanted to say a few notes before we open it up for a conversation. So given all that's going on in this market and how the legislature is reacting, I think it's important for us to continue to discuss the question of market saturation and the levers that we have at our disposal to deal with it. I'd like to start with the acknowledgement that every state with an uncapped licensing scheme is dealing with this annual oversupply problem to one degree or another. We knew this was coming. We knew, given the interest in outdoor cultivation in the state, that this post-harvest supply shock was going to be particularly difficult to weather. And it doesn't help that harvest time comes at a seasonal low point for tourism, and that our tourism numbers in general are historically low last year. It's almost 60 degrees and rainy in February. You have to wonder if next year is going to be any different. But that being said, I think the choice to dramatically change course and shut down new cultivation licenses altogether, particularly at this moment, when we haven't seen how the current supply of cannabis will move through the market in the summer and fall, feels like an extreme response to what was an anticipated market dynamic. We still don't know how accurate our economic modeling was or it is going to be. We probably won't know that for a few years. We don't know how certain policy choices that the legislature is contemplating around events, tax rates, and potency caps, to name a few, will impact the demand for cannabis. And we don't know how many people might relinquish their licenses this year for reasons unrelated to the wholesale price of cannabis. The board, of course, should be responsive to the dynamics of this ever-evolving landscape. But I also don't want it to be a guessing game each month as to which licenses exist and which ones might be closed out. Definitely. There are a few changes that I would like to see that I think will hopefully strike this balance between market accessibility, preventing oversaturation, and offering market participants some predictability. The first is a continued scaling down of our largest license tiers of cultivation. The second is moving towards a defined, perhaps 30-day application window for new cultivation licenses. And then third would be seeking authorization from the legislature, if we need it, to allow smaller cultivators that meet certain performance benchmarks over the course of a 6-month or a year-long period to graduate to a larger tier of cultivation, even if that tier is otherwise closed to new applicants. The Massachusetts Control Commission calls this tier expansion. They look at how much of the canopy that you are licensed to use you actually utilize in the prior year, and how much of that cannabis that was harvested successfully made it to market. If you can demonstrate success in both of those criteria, you're allowed to renew it at the next tier up. Massachusetts also has tier relegation, which could be a useful tool, but it's a little bit more controversial. So on the first point, I think we should discuss the closure of tier 3, all of the tier 3s. And then I'd like to add to that conversation mixed tier 2, which has the same canopy allowance as a tier 3. Anyone have thoughts on that based on everything we've been hearing at the legislature about moratorium and just cultivators?
Well, I can start. I think, well, if we're thinking of starting where the moratorium language is, I know we told this to the legislature. I don't think that's the best course of action. I think if we're completely shutting down all licensing, it really just benefits the folks that are well capitalized, that can squeeze smaller folks out of the market without any threat of new competition from folks that have been watching and waiting for their opportunity for whatever the reason might be to kind of enter the market. I want folks to just recognize that regardless of what we decide today or in the future, these types of annual, gluts after the fall harvest are going to happen every single year. And a lot of it is outside of what we can control from a tourism perspective, from a climate perspective. Folks need to come to Vermont to buy these products, notwithstanding us having only one cultivation license window opening. I think as we kind of look at our model, like a lot of it was built on data before COVID, and we haven't seen those bounce back numbers from a tourism perspective kind of come back after COVID like we were seeing up until 2020. And so I think we're certainly hearing from folks, whether it's individually in phone calls that we get or in public comment sessions about, how they're feeling from a saturation perspective. I think we've been waiting for our data to kind of reconcile a lot of that qualitative information that we're seeing. And I think it makes sense to ratchet down things a little bit, but I also don't want to, as you alluded to, put a plug in successful businesses that are looking to grow their operation over the course of time, that have proven that they're successful, that can put out a high quality product that is in demand to consumers in and around the state. So if we're going to close something, I certainly think we need to have that, whether it's statutory and regulatory authority or both, to allow folks that have met certain benchmarks to move up a tier. At the same time, albeit controversial, sure, I do think we need to explore opportunities to pull back canopy from those that are not using it, because it really messes with the data and decision-making that we're trying to do. If you have a tier 4 and you're only using 20% of that license, and you might be planning for the future, I understand that, but it really messes up what we're trying to accomplish and making sure supply and demand really makes sense from what we're seeing based off of reporting from our compliance team and our licensing team. It just, we need to see that you're actually using what you say you're using and not just waiting around for things to benefit you and then you expand, forcing other folks out of the market. I don't think that's what we're about here. So I think it makes sense to kind of explore and have this conversation and hold a vote if we're all feeling like we're semi in agreement. But with the caveat that we still allow successful businesses to expand in the future.
And that requires rule change, right? Right, is what you're talking about would require a rule change.
The tier expansion.
Yeah,
And relegation.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
so we're gonna open our rules up anyway related to the propagation. So there's an opportunity to do that. And that for me was the unknown because our supply and demand model doesn't consider this propagation license and an extra 3,500 square feet for however many people choose to do
Right.
that. Although we are, I think, at or pretty close to the square footage that supply and demand model looked for. But to your point, Pepper, we don't know how many people will relinquish their licenses, of what size, and how much people will grow of the licenses that they have. So there's a lot of unknowns in this data that make me a little uncomfortable for a lot of reasons. One, in doing anything, right? There's almost analysis paralysis, and like we don't have enough information to really make a good solid decision. But on the other hand, I think that we probably should talk about this at every meeting. Like we should really dig into our supply and demand model and where we really are at every single meeting. Just now that we're kind of like the market is running and licenses are happening, but it's happening at a much slower pace. It seems like we should really be looking at where we're at each month more deeply than we do right now.
And I think the challenge, and it's something that you just alluded to, in analysis paralysis, is this is one of those issues where if you don't get ahead of it, you lose that opportunity to
Right.
really make a difference. And so I know we've been hearing this for a couple months from certain folks out in the community. Again, I'm not in support of shutting down the entire license, but certain tiers of that license, and asking new folks to start at a certain point and prove to us that they are economically viable enough to participate in the market over the long term and expand that way. I think is a way to go about it and get ahead of any potential issues that we see.
So perhaps in addition to the ED report, we should like actually pull up
Yeah.
our supply and demand and like talk about where the market's at each month as a separate agenda item. So that we can stay on top of it, just like.
Close to getting a data manager. So
I
maybe
know.
that's.
I know.
And
I don't know if it's public yet, but we're also engaging with the team from the Tuck Business School. to do,
We are.
Find ways to find out which, kind of do a regulatory audit is one of the scope of work to figure out which regulations are really driving costs for smaller producers. That, if you're at scale, if you're tier 3 at scale, or tier 4, you can absorb a lot more easily than in tier 1.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really been discussed publicly unless you've spoken with me directly, but we are working with Tuck Business School this spring to kind of do, I guess, a regulatory audit through a financial lens to kind of understand what makes sense, what doesn't, and also kind of trying to understand what technical and business assistance, what that dollar figure would look like to serve this market. Because as I continue to have conversations with a lot of ag support providers in the state, it's really hard for them to absorb this new industry through their current sources of funding. Some are federal, but that number will help us leverage some of those discussions with a lot of the ag support system providers that are doing a lot in the agriculture space. More to come on that. I think we might have something to share in May, June, when we kind of get that report from the business school.
So on the second point, anything more on that? I mean, I would agree with everything that was said. I don't think we should take a vote quite yet because I just have the 2 other points. So
Yeah.
make sure they're all on the table before we decide. The second point would be creating a defined application window. One month out of the year is the only time where we would accept new cultivation applications. And I think the benefit of doing that is that whoever's thinking about getting in, maybe on the fence, and look at the past year sales numbers and kind of the current set of cultivation, canopy that's been licensed, really take kind of a sober decision-making process about whether this market is right for them, whether they can offer something to it, or whether they should not get in. So I don't think that we should take a vote on that right now. And I think the reason is who knows what's going to happen in the legislature. They're proposing, this is in the bill right now to kind of create a moratorium for a 1 month period. And if they do that, then kind of changes the dynamic there.
I think I'd want to know a lot more, both in having conversations with folks that have gone through licensing, but also our licensing staff to understand if 1 month is really viable from a workflow perspective on both sides of that equation, because there's so many back and forth steps I feel like you need to do from a licensing perspective, but also just recognizing how that changes workflow for a lot of the licensing staff is a factor. And yeah, we've been doing this rolling licensing for 2 years. Is 1 month, is 2 months, is 3 months? What's the right number? I don't know if we'll get there today, but I think understanding and prepping people for those windows, and I think even the new pre-qualification system and how that's functioning might give us a kind of insights into when's the most appropriate time to start that window and close that window.
And then the third issue was whether we should seek authority if we need it. I just want to, I haven't taken a deep dive as to whether we can do this already, but seek the authority to allow for rulemaking around tier expansion and tier relegation.
Yeah, no, I jumped the gun on that one, but I think it's important, again, for the folks that joined since we talked about it, to provide a ramp for folks that are successful to increase their tier if they so desire. But also, if you're a big tier and you're not as successful and you're not using all of your canopy, like that canopy should be going to somebody else because it messes with our data. If we're looking at the total square footage license canopy issue.
So yes, I think we should,
Okay.
yes, I
Okay.
was nodding my
And
head when
both-
you
and
said
both
that, yes.
relegation and expansion.
Yes, I
Yes.
think so. And that actually gives the market a lot more there's a lot more control and flexibility in the market
Right.
with that, yes.
So I don't think we should talk about what those benchmarks are quite yet, but it seems like we could just ask for that authority.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
have the conversation with them.
Yeah, and then create rules around it.
Yeah.
through notice and
Yeah,
comment. So
There needs
folks
to be a
can
long
understand.
red line.
Yep.
For people to understand it, sure.
Okay, well, do we want to take a vote on the tier closure issue?
I wanted to ask a couple questions about tier closure before we do that, because when we vote on these, right, it's a 30-day notice, right? And then the application window closes. And what I'm not quite sure about is what does that mean for people who are somewhere in the process? So I'm cognizant of the fact that I have no idea if somebody has just signed a lease or purchased a property, right, today to like begin growing, and then they're gonna be out something. And they may not be ready to come into the market when our cultivation drops below. So they, I'm cognizant of that. And then, what about people who are like partway through the process? What do they need to see in the application portal to know that they are going to be, that they're in the right spot for licensing?
Answer this and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that if the board did take a vote to close the window, that the steps staff would take would be to reach out to everybody who has an application for the system, who was somewhere in the process. And we would let them know that they had essentially 30 days to submit a complete application. And then once that window closed, everybody with a complete application at that point would be in the queue for approval. Anybody who was unable to submit a complete application by the time that the window closed would not be eligible to be approved by the board. So I think the first thing we would do would be to reach out to everybody and help them understand what it means, what they need to do to get everything they need in by April 1st. That's the date.
Okay.
I guess, not to complicate this, but my question around the pre-qualification process, I think pre-qualification is closing soon, relatively soon. For outdoor. And I didn't know if this complicates where certain folks in the pre-qualification stage who have been doing everything we've been asking them to do since December. I feel that squeeze if there's a 30-day that they need to get it.
So say your question is whether or not that's sufficient time for people who
I've been going through the pre-qualification process, who have been acting in good faith with us through all of the interviews and information sharing that has gone on through pre-qualification that might be in a, I don't know if there are any tier 3s or a tier 2 mixed in that conversation. I would imagine that there's at least one or two, but I just, again, I'm not trying to put either of you on the spot. It's just, will that 30-day window further complicate the licensing of folks? Is the only question that I have.
I just want to know what the impact of the decision is that we're making, right?
Try. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have some numbers in the ED report of who is in the door for pre-qualification. And it looks like we have for tiers 3, we have looks like one tier 3 in the door for pre-qual right now. And I can't see what their status is. But maybe we can get the answer to that.
If it's not a huge number, I'm sure we can work with them. I just didn't want to further complicate the licensing teams kind of back and forth with folks to make sure that they're getting folks at the appropriate phase with another deadline.
Well, in any case, it might be helpful to know that it's just one that
Okay.
would be impacted.
Well, and do we feel any, I mean, I include tier 2 mix just because the total allotted canopy would be the equivalent of somewhere between tier 3 outdoor and tier 3 indoor. It's 5,000 square feet, 2,500. So it seems to me like that's, if we're closing tier 3, might as well include tier 2 mixed.
Yeah, I guess
About that one.
No,
Yeah,
it's just processing.
I'm thinking because you're going to get arguably a less harvest in that tier 2 mix potentially than tier 3. Just based off of indoor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on the tier 3 indoor.
And like total output, like pounds, right, is what you're thinking. Yeah.
But I think I know how I feel.
We'll see. Okay, well, is there a motion
to do the tier closures?
Pursuant to Administrative Rule 1.10D, I move that the board indefinitely close the acceptance period for applications in all cultivation tiers 3 and tier 2 mixed, effective midnight, April 1st, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, well, thanks for walking through that with me. Brent, is you ready for the executive director report?
Yes. Right, so here's your February ED report. Starting out with adult use program data. First slide for your review is our number of issued cultivation licenses by type and tier. So here's the breakdown of existing licenses. So these numbers here, just so everybody is clear, this is point in time data. So as of, I think this data is from the 23rd, so it's from few days ago. But this is the number of active cultivation licenses that are operating right now. So this is inclusive of anybody who was originally licensed and then renewed. This is not a double count of renewals. So we've got 118 indoor, 121 mixed, 154 outdoor. So 393 total active cultivation licenses. And your other license types, here are the total numbers for those. So we're up to 75 retailers in the state. And then here are our numbers broken down by priority status of relinquishments. So we're up to 54 total license relinquishments, and that's 17 more than last month. The relinquishment rate by priority status continues to reflect the proportion of standard social equity and economic empowerment licensees that we have. So there's not a disproportionate number of priority folks that are relinquishing their license. And I don't have for you this board meeting, the sort of analysis of why folks are relinquishing their licenses, because as I think you all know, staff are conducting exit interviews with licensees that are giving up their license. And those haven't all been conducted for the 17 additional licensees who've decided to relinquish since January. So those are happening, and as that new data comes in, we'll update the information for you all. So you'll probably see that again in next month's report. Okay, so now we're digging into the renewals and how people are changing upon renewal. So these numbers, this like proportion of folks that are not changing versus who are changing, are staying relatively stable. 80% are continuing to renew at their same tier and type. About 12% are changing tier of cultivation. 6% are changing the type of cultivation. So they're moving from indoor to outdoor, for example. And 2% are changing both the type and the tier of their cultivation. And here are our numbers of license type change upon renewal. So this is just for cultivators. And this breakdown here, the percentages are identical to what they were last month. So 31% changing from indoor to mixed or mixed to outdoor, and 38% are changing from outdoor to mixed. And then here's our renewal changes for cultivators and manufacturers. So this is tier change. And this I think is also the same from last month. We are continuing to see that most folks, 21 this month, have increased their tier and 5 decreased.
I think just given our conversation around tier increasing and tier decreasing based off of benchmarking, it might be great for us to kind of understand the why on some folks have done some certain things. I'm not asking for that now, but maybe in a future report, it might help guide our
Maybe Tuck can help us with that. You know, they want
Yeah.
to do licensing reviews.
Okay.
dig into that. This is a little bit of a dig into what specifically those tier and type changes look like for our cultivators. So this is like a literal breakdown of everybody who is changing, who's continuing on, they're renewing, they're going to change either their tier or their type. So this is just a breakdown here. I'm not going to read all of it, but you can see that primarily folks are moving up one tier. They're not jumping several. There are, there's outliers that are where folks are jumping up two tiers, but primarily, but moving up one. And then there's a few people that are remaining the same size, just changing their type. Those are represented by the little black, in case anyone needs any explanation here. The green arrow means you've jumped a tier or two or three. The black arrow to the right means that you have just changed your cultivation type. And then the orange down arrow means you've reduced a tier.
So this is interesting because it looks like the trend is to more outdoor cultivation, right? Indoor to mixed. Mixed to
Absolutely.
outdoor.
Yes,
Like that's the trend.
Yep, I think this is, so, I mean, what's true certainly is that folks aren't moving to indoor. I don't think anybody has moved
Yeah.
from mixed or outdoor to indoor
Right.
yet. So, yeah, and this sort of details that. But the trend is towards outdoor. And then here we've got our higher tier cultivator. So this first slide is just tiers 1 and 2. And then this slide is our larger tiers for cultivation. And you can see here, there's more of those orange arrows. So predominantly folks in the larger tiers are scaling down as opposed to scaling up. Questions about that? So I'll move on to our license canopy capacity slide. So our numbers for February are 576,500 square feet of outdoor licensed canopy and just under 370,000 square feet of indoor canopy. So we're moving up a little bit with outdoor. This is, I think, the highest point for outdoor we've had since the peak last October. But continuing to decline a bit with indoor. And then here is our here's our utilization slide. So we're hovering around the same utilization rate for both indoor and outdoor. I think we've bumped up a percentage point for each since the January meeting. So our utilization rate for indoor is 46% and just under 170,000 square feet of utilized canopy, and 76% for outdoor, which puts us right around 440,000 square feet of utilized licensed canopy.
And it was 500,000 was the original projection, is that right?
450, and then of course, it assumed that 80% of our licensees would be indoor cultivation,
Okay.
which is more around 60%.
Yep.
And this is, just for everybody, this is flowering and veg canopy. This is total canopy, not flowering. This is not just flowering canopy. But if you're looking at like the utilization rate for indoor versus the total licensed, like that's, I hope people can see how some of our data gathering can be thrown through a blender because people are not using everything that they're seeking a license for, which makes it hard for us to kind of manipulate our model.
Well, the model includes that, includes some cannabis space that's not flowering.
No, I know that, but if people are not using some other canopy and it's just sitting there.
Oh, I see.
They're licensed for it, but they're not using it, not
Gotcha.
for veg, but just not using it at all. It really throws some of what we're trying to figure out
Yes.
out of whack source.
So we're at about 70%. Okay, I'll move on to retail locations if you're ready for that. So this is our areas of density report for retail. We have no change to these numbers since last month, except for one decrease, and that is on the second page, which is in Montpelier. So we have one less retail establishment in Montpelier. Other than that, these numbers have remained the same.
Question and more of a maybe, and I know we don't like to kind of get ahead of what's happening at the legislature, but in terms of retail density, I know that there's some new language in 612 about how we can kind of further scrutinize new retail applications based off of economic viability, similar to how liquor stores are established in the state. And I'm sure everybody on this meeting is tracking the legislature. I don't know if you had anything that might be beneficial for folks to kind of understand from a retail perspective on how the same conversation from a cultivation perspective that we're having might be applicable to some in the retail community.
Yeah, I mean, the original moratorium language was on all new licenses, period, including retail. And again, I just don't know if we're quite there yet. Certainly there are these areas of density. And, you know, Burlington is the prime example.
But even in communities like Morrisville or down south where they're smaller, but there's still a number of stores.
Yeah, sure,
You know, if you're looking
sure.
at it on that hyper local level.
Yeah, but there's also these areas where, you know, you can't find a cannabis shop in, 15, 30,
Right.
30 miles.
I mean,
So they, instead of doing a moratorium, the legislature wants to give us more authority on denying an application or asking an applicant to not go into one of these areas of density using kind of population criteria or the needs of the market to say that there would be no more kind of until one of these stores relinquishes the license, there could be no more in potentially Rutland or something.
Yeah.
I would love for them to flip the presumption too,
Me too.
that you're presumptively allowed to have a cannabis retail location in your town unless your citizens, your residents vote to disallow it. So I might try and, I mean, I've been mentioning it at the legislature ever since 612 was introduced. No one's really kind of taken me up on it, but I think that maybe those two provisions in conjunction could work well to really kind of having more geographic distribution, equitable geographic distribution of retail.
I mean, I definitely worry about the oversaturation, but in the way our market is set up, the retailers set the price.
Right.
So it's much harder to close retail than for market reasons than it is for just concern about, density because
No,
we're
for
concerned about, yeah. So I agree with you on those two things. Do you recall when the alcohol presumption flipped? Because it was not that long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I drive through multiple towns to get to a retail establishment
Yeah.
based off where I live in the city. So
And the point is to kind of shift the illicit market into a regulated market. It's not just the operators, it's the customers as well.
Yes,
Consumers,
yeah.
If you have cannabis deserts, it's not achieving that purpose.
Absolutely.
thank you. I need to put you on the spot. I know it's easy to think that, it's in there now and it's gonna happen. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the case at all, but I know that I just thought it would be beneficial for some folks to know that things like that are being considered.
Okay. So I'll move on from our retail areas of density to a little bit of a picture of our pre-qualification applications. As you know, the pre-qual window has been open since December 1st of last year. So this is about 3 months worth of folks that have indicated interest in joining the industry through pre-qualification. So we've had 76 pre-qualification applications since we opened that window. And as we were discussing earlier, the bulk of them continue to be the tier 1 or tier 2 cultivation types. And you do have one outdoor tier 3 cultivator in there that will get a phone call after this meeting. And 10 retail, 8 total manufacturers, no tier 3 manufacturers in the queue just yet. And then the next slide is a picture of where they are in the process. So the left-hand column shows the status, and this is sort of the flow of how how applications, either pre-qual or full applications, go through the process. First, they're received, and that means just essentially they're in the door. Nobody has laid eyes on them yet. Once they're under review, staff are reviewing them, just what it sounds like. If it's incomplete, that means the staff has reviewed it and essentially issued a request for information or an incomplete letter back to the applicant to let them know what they need to provide. Resubmitted means that the applicant has resubmitted their application, presumably with some or all of what staff asked them for. And then approved means that that application is complete and has moved through the process with the licensing team. And we've had one denial of pre-qualification application so far. That does not prohibit that person from moving on to a full application. They were just denied pre-qualification. They didn't meet the criteria in the rule, but they are still, they still have the opportunity to submit a complete application. See how it goes.
Have we had anyone dig into the pre-qualification process and then say maybe that this wasn't a good path? Or decided not to continue?
We do have some.
Okay.
So we can put that number on the next iteration of this report, how many withdrawals we have. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to the compliance data. So it's a short month this month, from the last board meeting. We've received 15 new complaints since the last board meeting. We've overseen product destructions at 5 licensee sites. We have several new investigations underway. I think that's 7. And the topics are pesticide misuse, advertising, on-site consumption, unlicensed operations, employee ID cards, synthetic cannabinoids, and general compliance. I'm not, as of today, or as of the 23rd, have not issued any notice of violations or corrective action plans. Have issued 1 letter of warning, and that was advertising related. So if there are no questions on that, I'll move on to our medical program. We're digging in a little bit to the medical program data this month. Just wanted to start out with some of the process improvements that the medical program team have implemented in the last few months. So first, a note that the staff are continuing to process all applications for patient card within 24 hours. The medical registration forms have all been revised to reflect the change renewal requirements from last year's statutory changes to the medical program. Staff have created a fact sheet, which is included with all registry cards so that patients are aware when they get their card of the benefits of the program and also where the dispensaries are located and what their contact information is. Staff have implemented a renewal outreach process 60 days prior to the expiration of a patient's card for folks who are submitting their applications by mail. There's been an overhaul to the medical program website, and also the team has plans in development for revamping the electronic submission portal and the patient registry database. So just a list of some of the things that have been going on with the medical program for the last several months. And then we get into our numbers. So we've got, I think our numbers for February are 2,931 registered patients and 119 caregivers, which represents a loss of 72 patients since last month.
Quite an uptick in between that. Because I looked at one point, for the legislature, it's 2,800. So. it's almost that.
Yep. Overall, yes, a decrease, but at the point in time that you pull the data, I suppose. Okay, so here's where we're digging in a little bit. You guys have looked at qualifying conditions, I think about a year ago. So this is just a revisit of those qualifying conditions as the program has changed over time. So this is data essentially over the last year. So those bars represent point in time data from last year at this point, and then about halfway through last year, and then today. And so in every category of qualifying condition, you can see that they're all sort of decreasing. The qualifying condition is decreasing across the board, except for PTSD. That's the one qualifying condition which sees a little bit of an uptick over the last year. And since other represents such a significant portion of our qualifying conditions, we dig into what that means here. So these are the symptoms within that qualifying condition. And then just same thing here, that point in time data is pulled from across the last 11 months. And we're seeing something a little bit similar happening here, except for with severe nausea and cachexia. A little bit of an uptick rather than a decrease over time. Okay, so that concludes my report prior to our staff recommendations.
Okay. So this is on the updated agenda, our time for an executive session. Again, the purpose of this executive session is to review a application that has a presumptively disqualifying offense to the nature and circumstances of that offense. And we do not make any decisions in executive session. We'll discuss it and then come out of executive session to vote on that one. And then also the other one, which is in a board order that the fact pattern includes information on ongoing investigation. So it's hard to separate those two out, but if we decide on we vote on the board, on the order, there'll be a fact, statement of facts go along with that. Is there a motion to go to executive session?
I move that the board enter executive session to discuss matters concerning personal facts as well as medical facts about an applicant, and separately to discuss destruction order pertaining to a matter under investigation.
I'll second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I'm not sure how long this will take. I mean, we try and keep them as short as possible, maybe 25 minutes. Kelsey, would you mind just kind of putting up an away message if you have one that just indicates we're in executive session?
Yes, I will share that now.
We'll just come back as soon as possible. Hey. Kelsey, are we ready to resume?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My name is James Pepper, Chair of the Cannabis Control Board. Again, it's Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. It's 2:14 p.m. We've just exited executive session. I think, should we start with the destruction order? Okay. So we heard about some facts and circumstances around a destruction order that's been drafted by our staff. And I think we're ready to take a motion on that order. And again, this will be public. It will be published, I suppose, somewhere. I don't know. Website. Once, once it's been formalized.
I move to confirm the destruction order as presented.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the other issue is kind of administrative decision. Had we denied or have we decided to deny it, it probably would have needed a vote, but I think because it's anyway, so Brent,
Yep.
can we do staff recommendations?
Sure thing. So the following slides contain the business names of applicants that have demonstrated their compliance with all requirements for a license contained in board rule and statute. So this first page is staff recommendations for initial licensure of the following businesses. Bright Valley Organics, a tier 1 small cultivator. Owsley and Me, indoor tier 1 cultivator. Nighttime Land Productions, indoor tier 1 cultivator. Flying Dutchman, indoor tier 1. Green Mountain Hydroponics, indoor tier 1. Grass Apron, indoor tier 1. Permaganics, indoor cultivation tier 2. Bottom Farm Company, indoor cultivation tier 3. Vermont Label, indoor cultivation tier 4. Bird's Eye Botanicals, tier 2 manufacturer. Green Mountain Therapeutics, retailer. And Mill 47, retailer.
I would imagine the tier 4 got their stuff submitted before we closed tier 4.
That's correct. I believe that's the last one. And then the following 2 slides are staff recommendations for license renewal, which I won't read. But this ED report with all of these business names will be posted to the website after the meeting. Just leave it up there for a moment. Yes.
Okay, any questions for Brent?
Nope.
No. All right, is there a motion to approve staff recommendation?
I move to accept the recommendations presented to us by staff in this meeting.
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, why don't we move to public comment? We'll do this the same way we always do. If you would like to make a public comment, you join via video. Please raise your virtual hand. We'll do our best to call on you in the order that you raise your hand, and then join by phone.
So first up, we have Dave Silberman.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Real quick, you just approved a retailer that I think is a social equity retailer, a social equity applicant, but you had it listed as a standard. So maybe we can talk about that offline later. Regarding your comment earlier on retailer concentration and opt-in versus opt-out, I mean, I think you've nailed it that the sort of opt-in regime is what is forcing a lot of the concentration that we're seeing, especially in Burlington. I think it would be great to switch to an opt-out regime, but I don't know if the political winds that blew us towards opt-in in the first place are still blowing. Something that may work just as well if the legislature would be amenable to it would be to just do a statewide, put it on the ballot and have each town count the votes. Do it in November, let people vote everywhere in every town, including the towns that have already opted in. So a town like Burlington could opt out so they can not allow any more retailers in that town. It's an idea that I don't think has had much discussion before, but practically speaking, it would be, I think, much easier. So that is it. Thank you.
Good suggestion. Thanks.
Next, we have Tito Byrne.
Fuck Tito. Listen, Tito.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Sorry about that, Tito.
Hey,
Hold
sorry,
on
it feels
one
like I'm.
second. Yeah, sorry.
One second,
Sorry.
Tito.
Yeah, watch your language in this, in our public comments too, please. That was,
Yeah, Tito, you should be all right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Hopefully, everybody's doing great. And first, I'd like to wish Bryn good luck on her next phase, and thank you for all the hard work that you've done. And also, thank you for renewing our grow application. I'd also like to applaud the move to close tiers, but to still allow growth. I did like that. That felt like a interesting solution. And next, I just want to talk about the wording on the consumer protection warning that happened with Top Notch. There were some things that were worded, like, for example, it says, that you're going to be gathering potential health impacts. And it feels like this should be done before the whole recall. Spinosad, as far as I know, is not one of those dangerous pesticides that should be even on this list. But then, performing the whole recall and then saying that we're going to look at the potential impacts afterwards just feels really potentially damaging, especially to the store. Specifically, using words like bringing the suspicious product back to the place where you bought it, as we were named as one of the only 3 stores in that case. And, that indicates that there's some kind of nefarious play by the store owners. And, we see the exact labs, we see the labs saying clean tests. So just, I don't know, something to protect store owners there, to just show that we are doing things in the compliant way. And I would like to see that. And then lastly, just that the renewal process, it really it doesn't feel like a renewal. It feels like an application all over again. It's really intense, very long. It feels like it would be nice to see just, a simpler process for the renewal. That's it. Hopefully everybody's having a great day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tito.
Okay, we have Jeffrey. Or Joffrey.
It's Jeffrey Pizzatello. Thank you. Appreciate
Jeffrey.
that.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone is well. For the record, Jeffrey Pizzatello, Vermont Growers Association. I just want to take a couple minutes to comment on a couple items. First, I want to say that Vermont Growers Association and also the Vermont Cannabis Equity Coalition wishes Bryn the best moving forward. You will be missed. Those are large shoes to fill, board. So we look forward to that process and ultimately who comes out of that. We are excited to hear that you have and we support the temporary closure of the application windows for those tiers. And in the context of the product saturation seasonality conversation, which we do recognize as an ongoing conversation, and we appreciate that board's perspective on that. We would urge you, and this comes as no surprise, to not be siloed in conversation and focusing purely on production when it comes to scale appropriate regulations, but also points of access for products to flow through the supply chain. That is the other side of this coin, and we would appreciate your consideration in keeping that component in the conversation moving forward. Some obstacles we see in the short term there, as previously noted during comments, are regards to we are a retail opt-in state, and also direct sales allowances for small producers. Both of these missing components would exponentially increase points of access for the general public, and we believe in a reasonable way. So I just want to conclude by saying we urge you to continue to not just include those components in the conversation, but seek some of those reforms in the legislature. And thank you all. Have a good day.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Any other public comments from people that joined by phone? Please just raise your virtual hand, and if anyone who joined by, video, raise your virtual hand. Anyone who joined by phone, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself. Just give it a minute here.
Oh, we have Tammy.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I was wondering, because I'm currently in the appeal process for denial on a retail cannabis dispensary, I'm wondering what is the actual process as far as length goes? I was assuming it would have gone to the board of directors for this month, and you would have done that in executive session, but I see that that has not happened. So what's the expected time frame?
Yeah, thanks for the comment. We'll have someone reach out to you about that. Just public comment just generally isn't a Q&A session, but we will be in touch.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Tammy. Any other public comments? Okay, I will close the public comment window then. Thanks to everyone who joined. Thanks for your comments. Obviously, you know, this is an important time in the market and the legislature's in town, so it's also an important time to think about kind of new initiatives and market expansion. So
Can I say one thing about pesticides?
Yeah, sure.
Just because Tito brought it up. Thank you for the questions and concerns, Tito. I think, you know, pesticides are really in the context of cannabis are really hard to figure out and really challenging to regulate. And that's because if you're looking at whether it's spinosad or another pesticide, if you're looking at the label on that jug, it says what it's approved for from a vegetable perspective. And we don't smoke a lot of vegetables, we eat them. So a lot of the health impacts when it comes to pesticide usage, look at the method of absorption into your body, whether it's ingestion or combustion and inhalation, or even worker protection from an inhalation of the raw pesticide in and of itself. We are not pesticides experts here. That is the Agency of Agriculture, and how FIFRA has delegated or has dual authority with the EPA and the Agency of Agriculture as it relates to pesticide usage. There's only been one pesticide that's been approved for hemp production. So a lot of this is incorporated by reference, for lack of a better way to describe it. So there is a lot that goes on, whether or not something's considered an organic pesticide on its label. That doesn't mean that it should be treated as such for cannabis. And I think this is going to be I'm sure this has been a learning experience for some who have been doing this for a long time. But just because it's approved for vegetable production and it says organic on the label, doesn't mean you can spray it, put it into a bowl, ignite it, and smoke it. That changes its chemical composition and what is safe for the human environment. So can we figure out some language to make it look like retailers were not at fault for, you know, how a cultivator used something that might not be approved? Yes, that's important feedback for us, because yeah, you know, I know you're one of the 3 listed. You didn't do anything wrong. You trusted the COAs. But there's a lot of other mitigating and aggregating factors that go into understanding why somebody used something, should they have used it, and what the correct action should be from there. So that's kind of where we're at with some of the language that was included in that public health warning.
Yeah, and I mean, just to add, just to put finer point on something you mentioned, is our law requires that we just adopt whatever the Agency of Agriculture's prohibited pesticide list is. So we didn't choose to put spinosad on our list. It's there because the Agency of Agriculture prohibited it. So,
and people should be technically certified applicators with the Agency of Agriculture. So if anybody's listening and they're not, that's something you should be thinking about, because a lot of these questions, you know, will get answered by folks at the Agency of Agriculture who work in pesticide application as their day job. This is what they do. This is what they're experts in. They have a state toxicologist at the Agency of Agriculture working on pesticide issues. So it's, you know, we take it very seriously.
all right. All right. Well, then I will adjourn this meeting. Thanks everyone for joining, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you.